Hello, and welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is the stream where we write a game automation app called Automat. It's meant to automate boring and repetitive elements of games. It can grind skills, get gold, it can perform reflex-heavy macros. The core object of this whole system is macro recorder. The whole system is composed of it's a toolbox of objects that you can combine together to do all sorts of things. It is done this way to be flexible so that you can use it in any game you want. And once you record a macro, it creates, actually this object creates some helper objects for you. You could theoretically just add those objects yourself and record the macro yourself. But if you look, even this simple mouse trace that I just recorded, it's composed of a very large number of mouse events. So this mouse recording is very convenient, especially if you want to have a precise macro. And see, each of those segments represented as vertical lines is a single kind of mouse event being sent. Mouses are very precise. And when we zoom out and play this back, yeah, you can play this, and it's going to move the mouse in the same motion. It's even going to press the mouse button, which we don't want. Now it's not going to press the mouse button. Anyway, during the last stream, we've been working on scheduler, because in this whole system, the objects, they can execute in parallel. So if you have a kind of computation-heavy object in one place and another computation-heavy object elsewhere, you can just have them both running at the same time. And if your CPU has 20 cores, you can have 20 objects kind of saturating those cores and doing stuff. It's useful, for example, when you have a desktop capture like that. So this is it's actually a window capture object. An object that can capture a window. I can capture my browser. See? I can capture my desktop. It's my desktop. And nice thing that Automat has is that this captured window can be used by other objects. So it's not just an object that captures windows, there are other objects that can process bitmaps. This one, for instance, is an object that can do text recognition. So maybe if I grab this screen here, I can point this object here, recognize this text, and I can put them in a loop so that when I capture a window, I will then do window recognition. And then loop back here. I will run this. And you can see it's blinking because that's the OCR animation. And this text here is recognized. Fix deletion of active window capture. It has some extra characters because it's probably not... The image is not cleaned up particularly, see? Like those lines are represented as arrows. If I move this elsewhere, change the clip, you can see how it works. I guess I can also make it larger. But it's not great at random text scattered on screen. This is why cropping is kind of important here. Like that. Yeah, and it's running at a very high speed. And this is all thanks to just doing stuff in an efficient way. It's kind of rewarding to implement an app like that. And there are still some things that are unaddressed in Automat's scheduling approach. And today we will take care of them. So let me fire up text editor. I remember we had some design documents for multi-threading. So there is a component of this system called scheduler, and scheduler kicks in when there is more than one thing to do. If there are multiple things to do in sequence, we don't need scheduler. Scheduler only needs to kick into action when at the same time we should do multiple things. Let's do a new design document. And goal is to kind of fully utilize our hardware. Actually, there are multiple goals. Like, the goal is to just arrange execution in time, so to make it easier to arrange execution in time. Two. Should be efficient, of course, like I mentioned this already. So a lot of the tricky kind of optimizations that the user would have to perform naturally, the scheduler should kind of help with that. Should recognize when there is, for example, multiple I/O operations and only queue limited number of them, this kind of stuff. It should be fairly clever, but maybe I should call this differently, or just structure this differently. I think the goals are not the best layout for this document. So I'm looking at task, and task is virtual. This is very interesting. I just thought we could have task which is copied by value, not by reference. That would allow dynamic allocations. The problem with scheduling, the biggest problem with scheduling is that there is a bottleneck there. The bottleneck is the task queue. And if we want to visualize a task queue, then we are going to make this bottleneck much, much worse. Because to visualize a task queue, we need to make a snapshot of it. And depending on how large it is, it can cause issues. Making a copy of this task queue for visualization will be tough. So I'm afraid that scheduling queue is not going to be inspectable, but we will see. So let's list some more goals. So this is an important goal for me, and right now we are not doing this. And actually those dynamic allocations are probably a red herring. What is really important is that it should give very good latency. There is one more goal here. So this is kind of a soft goal. This is like fuzzy. There is no hard requirement here. So this is another requirement which is currently not implemented at all in Automat. The scheduler is not, task queue is not serializable. Let me see, what else do I have here? And the main thing that's missing is this serializability. Thanks. Oh yeah, I was trying different ways of doing loops within Automat. Loops and filters. Things that can be probably ignored. So many things to fix here. I would like to get rid of this location, replace this with weak pointer to the object, so that we can avoid locations altogether. I'd like to add a method to cancel task maybe? Or to record some kind of task. Serialization. Serialization is what I would like to have. The main loop, I think, is in Automat CC right now. So many small things. Okay, let's try doing this. Let's use Q to stop worker threads. Interesting. Run loop. Separate thing. Ah. Maybe I don't need this. Okay, stop source already be moved into XCB window main loop. think I need to change the Win32 window as well. The whole goal was to remove this stop source from here. I will remove the run loop. Where is it used? I don't see where. Yeah, I don't see any place where it's used. Okay, seems to work. I wanted to move some of those methods, like the main loop, for instance. Should I have separate file for tasks and separate for scheduler? I don't think so. Do I want to start multiple threads now? Automat thread. Is this used by many places? Not really, not really.
Raspbread Farm 337 says.
Aye.
Hey. We have another day of concurrency heavy debugging. I mean, not debugging, everything's working. Refactoring this so that it makes sense. What does this stop automatic function do?
JThreads.
JThreads are... They made regular threads obsolete when they came about. I think this automat thread CV is no longer going to be necessary. And also the mutex, and this will simplify a lot. Okay, time to move all of this stuff because let's start maybe 4 threads.
IDK. It might be an ANA pattern, but I used to create threads and close handles right away, so the thread would just run.
Yeah, quite often even as a daemon, because with JThread you cannot really drop the handle, because when you try to destroy the handle it will block and wait for the thread to finish. But if you switch this to the daemon, somehow there is an API for that. Detach, yes, this one. Yeah, then you can destroy it. Yeah, and this is what I'm going to basically do here. The only thing I'm worried is I'm not sure if this stop token can be copied over. Okay, I guess it can. Copy constructor. Okay, it is possible. Nice. This worker loop goes here. Set thread name. And an include. For this we need an include. We are not going to take over those mutexes and condition variables. And this. This is moving to tasks. Need this notify. So I want to. The only reason for those mutexes and logs was the shutdown process. They were used in the shutdown process. But there was a to-do to actually use Q for this, and I'm going to do this now, so code can be simplified. Okay, and this is it. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I should just start 1 thread for now, just to not complicate this too much. And functions from the header. They all should be moved here. Automat also. Should probably not be called stop automat, more like stop worker threads, so to be similar to this one. Insert automat thread. Should move this one. Run on automat thread and synchronous and stop automat. Yeah, all of those go over here. Okay, make some coffee. Be right back. continue. I think this enqueue task, it takes ownership of the task. Maybe it should be a unique pointer here.
BW, I've looked it up. STD. J-thread manages the STD. Stop token. So if you detach the J-thread, it can't signal to the thread.
This is good to know. Thanks. So we need to, I guess, store them somewhere. Yeah, I think that should work. Stop automat, which is going to work differently now. Instead of having this lock, I'm just going to call this. Actually,
Wouldn't it be better to pass a STD? Ref to binary semaphores. And those be the stop tokens.
yeah, and they actually even have... Stop token is kind of weird. When I was learning programming, I was taught that you should not name types based on specifically what purpose they will be serving, but the general idea that they represent. And this stop source behind the scenes, it's probably like a semaphore. It's a very simple variable that can signal atomic transition, like from false to true, and that's it. It's a single use even, so it's very basic. And it's surprising to me that there is a special type within C++ specifically for stopping threads. It's like you say, it could be just it could be really any primitive here. It could be an atomic boolean, reference to atomic boolean.
But it's more than an atomic. It's a waitable kernel object. Semaphore.
Yeah. You mean that semaphores can be done without? I actually wasn't aware of this. I know that in x86 you have some atomic instructions so that you can do atomic reads and writes without kernel round trip. So the CPU will take care of this. But mutexes, I think, are kernel primitive. Counting semaphores. Semaphore is just a wrapper around an atomic. So I guess it's also not a kernel thingy. Yeah. Is the point. I hope it's not using kernel. Anyway, if it is, it's not going to be used a lot.
Yeah. The STD. Atomic handles that. Mutexes and semaphores are kernel objects, so it's a part of the scheduler, or whatever it was doing with it.
Yeah, that tracks. That makes sense.
But there's a mutex optimization like the critical section from Wanapi that uses a spin weight on an atomic before actually waiting on a kernel object. The ITK of STD. Mutex has to do that.
Yeah, you have to be careful with those because sometimes your CPU starts getting very hot when you accidentally use them too much. It totally makes sense to use them in like spin locks. Yeah, they totally make sense in many places, but not when you wait for a long time. Only when you wait for like milliseconds. This level of waiting. So there is a function join worker threads, and there is a fun way to implement it, and it's this. So JThreads, they actually have a blocking distractor. So a distractor of a JThread is going to wait, but I'm not sure if this is a good idea. I mean, from the readability perspective.
JThreads send a signal to the stop token and then wait on thread. So why not?
For readability, because somebody who's looking at this, if you see a function called join worker threads and inside you see this, it just looks like a bug. It looks like somebody forgot something.
But it's in the name, JThread.
Yeah, I just wouldn't trust myself to remember this detail no months from now.
At least do request stop in a loop.
About this, so we should. Is this saying there is stop automat? There is no stop automat anymore. Okay. Should be plenty of bugs still. Yeah. Don't need this anymore. We don't need this. I was actually watching some speedruns for a game. There was Heavy Rain, this game. I think this is a perfect game to automate. I played it. I played through like first 2 chapters, and it's one of those games. It's kind of like Dark Souls, in a sense that it's a reflex-based game, but you have to play through it multiple times to learn the timing patterns of events. So you have to replay the same chapter multiple times, to know that, hey, I need to press this and this and this button. And it's very satisfying when you play it like that. But then when you just want to play through the story, the game doesn't really give you this ability, like even the easiest mode is slightly too hard to play through the story just like that. And I think Automat could actually help with this. There are some patterns on screen in this game. Maybe there will be some here. Yeah, so when you come to an object, it shows you a QuickTime event indicator, and I think this could be matched with OpenCV template matching or something like that. And yeah, I think that will be nice. Provide the tools to automate these kind of games.
Cheating an interactive story game.
I guess you could call that. Yeah, I guess you could call that. I actually do like reflex games, but different types of reflex games. I don't know if you know Osu. Osu is amazing. Beat Saber is amazing. Dance Dance Revolution is amazing. Maybe I should...
Nightmare fuel.
I'm not good at this. Yeah. I guess listening to two music tracks doesn't help. It's such a nice game. The smoothness of the client, I'm really impressed by the technical aspects of the game implementation. It's a free game, but technically it's very high. It has so much juice. Okay, we need to get rid of this. So I'm not going to do this stop requested thingy. It's not relevant. Instead, so there is this consumer token. It's also a way to enqueue, I think, with an explicit. Blah blah blah.
Hey, seeing those Asians doing 1,000 actions per minute is one thing. Actually correctly processing all that input in a timely manner probably took a lot of effort.
Yeah. I remember reading some post about processing input events where somebody said that when somebody connects gaming mouse to their game, which reports events at 1000 hertz per second plus, their game becomes laggy because it's processing too many input events. And they were blaming the Windows event queue, which is nonsense to me. Windows event queue is excellent. It can totally do thousands of events per second. How do these consumer tokens work? Are they like filters? Anyway. I need to pass like size, something like that. What do you want from me? What do I need to do? Use blocking concurrent queue. And this is what I need that. And stop token dot it's a way to do stop callbacks. How did it work? What's the point of producer and consumer tokens? I'm not entirely sure, but it seems like this blocking concurrent queue has a very similar optimization that I'm trying to have with executing stuff on a single thread, as long as the single thread is free to execute it. Yeah. Let's put an atomic here. Or maybe no.
I asked AI. It says you need a token per thread to enqueue the queue items.
Yeah, I was looking at the constructor, and there were some things in the constructor. It says that there are explicit and implicit producers. Yeah, so I guess the enqueuing of tasks is something that's probably faster if I can provide those explicit tokens. It's probably good to add this, but I will do this. I will leave it to do this later. So yeah. Right now I'm just wondering what's the nicest way of stopping this. I guess I can just check stop token is stop requested here. Then I only need to wake up the loop. Not thread finished. This is a terrible variable. Hope it's not used in many places. Okay, it's not. We'll get rid of it. Because it suggests that Automat can only run once. Bad idea, bad idea. There is more than one thread ID. I like this loop.
B2 do you have a bug now. In join worker threads, You join threads but not requesting a stop to stop tokens.
Yes, yes. The documentation says if you already requested a stop, this function can be used to wait for all the worker threads to stop. But yeah, it's just a way to call join on multiple threads. It doesn't actually request stop. Maybe I should be more explicit about this. Actually, that's a good point.
Ah, I see.
Okay, so if stop was requested, then we will just execute indirectly, otherwise we... This is kind of strange. I'm a little bit concerned about this code path. It's very hairy. This is so weird. I don't think this function should execute this directly if... Yeah. probably work. I'm only concerned about this block of code I deleted from here. Task. How does it work here? Main loop. This deserves some highlight. Undefined symbol, automat thread, yes. Was using this. A couple places. Go away. Need to guard this. It shouldn't be just a mutex. It would be nicest if this is read-write mutex.
Wasn't it your unique look?
There is unique lock guard and scoped lock. think there are 3 options. And each of them has slightly different trade-offs. This log guard is the simplest. This is the most minimal. It's very, very minimal. Yeah, log guard, scope log. Okay. I think I want this shared mutex now. It's a different header, of course. Do I use this shared log? Any examples? No, of course not. I need unique log here. I want unique log because I'm modifying this array. So I need unique log here because I'm joining. I'm also modifying this array. And all of the places which read it, they can just use shared logs. Cool. automat thread should not be used anymore. And this is worker thread. Maybe there is a way to do it faster. Having to iterate through all threads whenever I schedule an event, it doesn't sound like a great idea.
I wonder if we can put threads in a tree set, sorted by a threaded.
This is a nice idea, yeah. I was also thinking of some probabilistic filters. I think it should be possible to do it even faster. It should be a constant time check, I think, somehow. And the nice thing about this function is that this is not a unique lock, so multiple of those can run in parallel. It doesn't create any contention.
Well, you can associate some global set of threadeds of workers and check if this threaded belongs to a set.
Actually, I think there could be a... I'm looking at those functions and I see that it seems like they... I think I used to use them a long time ago, but maybe they are not necessary anymore. So maybe they can just be deleted. This is the best way to actually make it work. I can maybe delete this. We'll delete them. And let's see if this still compiles. And there is this, but instead of this, I can just do it differently. This will be a special kind of task. This is the only thing I need. Those functions were completely unnecessary. And this one, I guess this one is used in some places. No, it's not. Okay. But this is actually good. I was looking at those functions and I was a little bit surprised that we are treating the worker threads in a special way. Because the whole idea with Automat's objects is that they should be kind of thread safe. They should be executable on any thread. Well, a lot of code was removed. That's nice. Wow. Then quit somehow reasonably. I want to see some... I want to do a small test. If this test works, I will do a very fun test that we haven't been executing in a long time. Just to measure the performance and the timing accuracy of those threads. Okay, this works. Okay, it doesn't seem to crash. That's nice. I can, I guess, submit this. Yeah.
It no longer crushes on you.
And even nicer thing is that there is so much red in the change. So it's a lot of code was deleted here. And there is also some added, but overall there was a lot of code deleted. Maybe the documentation should be expanded. Maybe I'm not going to write too much right now, because this part of the design is not quite complete. But the idea with tasks is that they should make it possible to change a simple, very straightforward execution model into something that works like function calls. So right now Automat has only those sequential flows, but it should be in principle possible to call other objects so that this object can do something and then return back and continue from here. Maybe this is the way to show this. Probably other instructions that could show how this could work. Yeah. So for example, this could be a call. It would call to a separate function, and when this function finishes, it would continue here. So the sub-procedures, it would connect here. The cables look differently. I don't know how. Idea.
Exactly why you'd need coroutines.
There is a benchmark for programming languages called 7GUIs, and there is some code in Automat that tries to implement this 7GUIs test within Automat. So 7GUIs test, what it is? this is a benchmark for programming languages, which measures how expressive a programming language is when doing some common tasks. It starts with very simple tasks like implementing a counter, where you just press a button and it counts up. And it goes up to temperature converter, which forces you to do bidirectional data flow. This is actually the nicest one. I mean, I think the Automat implementation of this one is just beautiful. Once we get to this, yeah. There is some database-like example, flight booker, where you have to... Sorry, no, this is a validation, data validation, where you have to validate the form data interactively. There is a timer. This one tests whether the system is kind of real-time, if it can work with timers and concurrent work. There is a database test, like I mentioned. There is a test which verifies whether your programming language can express drawing applications easily. And I think this is the last one. You are asked to implement a spreadsheet within your programming language. And the goal of this benchmark is that if you are making a new programming language, you have to implement all of those problems in your programming language, and then you can compare your programming language, for example, against React or WinForms or GTK or whatever. And the point is not to make this super efficient, super fast. The point is to measure the readability of programming languages. So by looking at the results of this 7 GUIs test, I think it was a master thesis of somebody, this benchmark actually. But by looking at this, you can tell whether your language is expressive enough. You can compare the expressivity of different programming languages. Whether it's expressive, readable, those kind of things. Whether it's compact, like how much boilerplate do you need to implement an app like that? And it implemented those tasks in Automat, but without the GUI. Automat's kind of main feature is a unique GUI. But if you forget about user interface of Automat, there is a computational layer, with those objects, executing stuff, sending messages. And yeah, this is the implementation of temperature converter in Automat. We can actually write Automat as a text here. But you basically have two text fields which contain Celsius and Fahrenheit. Actually, the text fields are just for visual clarity. The text field is attached to an integer field. And the thing is, you create a special object called Blackboard. And the Blackboard is very, very much like macro recorder. It's a single object that embeds a completely different programming paradigm. It embeds a declarative programming style. So once you create a Blackboard, you can put a formula next to a Blackboard. And Blackboard looks around, looks for formulas. If it finds a formula, it tries to identify all objects which are mentioned in the formula. So it parses this formula, it identifies all objects, and it attaches a set of observers to those objects. So when they change, it just makes sure that the formula is maintained through the execution of the program. It's like a constraint-based programming, but very, very basic, really. So whenever the Fahrenheit changes, the Blackboard can do some basic math kind of transforms. So it can actually transform this formula into the formula for Celsius from Fahrenheit. So once you do this, this is basically the temperature converter implemented in Automat. It uses 5 objects. There are labels, 2 labels, 2 numbers, and a Blackboard. That's it. And in the Blackboard, you specify the formula that you want to be maintained. And once you have this, you can change the numbers and they will just update. Yeah, and what I really like is that I'm really looking forward to actually adding the GUI for this, because once we have the GUI, it should be possible to mix those programming styles. And I think it's going to be very nice to be able to just write a constraint like in the middle of your program and just have this constraint be obeyed from now on. Yeah. So that this constraint programming can be mixed with programming by demonstration and with procedural programming, good old procedural programming. Sometimes it's kind of convenient to just be able to write a formula and have this object kind of make sure that it's synchronized, it's enforced in the program. Yeah, counter is very simple. Counter can be done procedurally. There are more tests in the 7GUI's tests. I implemented the flight booker. Flight booker is messy. I don't think this is the right way to do it. There should be a better way.
So, basically MATLAB we have at home.
Yeah. Although it's probably more like Prolog, but a very basic version of Prolog without logic, with just very simple. I mean, this blackboard. Yeah. It's like a shallow version of Prolog, which doesn't do multi-step kind of reasoning. Blah, blah, blah. Crud. Yeah, and those other tests, they became pretty complex. I think there should be a better way to do them. I think CRUD is the last one I implemented. This test is probably not functional now, by the way. So many things have changed.
IDK. Some kind of markdown is best for UI layout emo.
Interesting. But you mean Markdown as a source, or for example, automatically generated UI, so that you write a UI kind of in Markdown, and then it's converted into like a nicer form, like a web page or something like that?
Like have lightweight XML to represent user UI. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a nice idea. I want to do more things. Had those crashes. Let's fix them now. So the first one should happen. So there are those crashes, and I wanted to run this benchmark to see. Actually, I will start with the benchmark. Start with the performance. Check the performance. I close everything.
Or even something like YAML.
I like that. I guess HTML is this kind of thing. HTML is kind of like a lightweight XML that can represent a UI. It's just Markdown is missing the form. Or no, Markdown I think allows inline HTML. Right. Okay, there is this benchmark. This is a very strange benchmark because it will probably fail, I'm afraid. So this is a benchmark that tests how efficient Automat is at executing precisely timed events. So it measures jitter, which is when events are just not delivered exactly when they should be, and drift, which is a cumulative delay. And we have different entries. Like a year ago, essentially, we've been working on fixing this. Right now, Automat should be around this. So it should be sub-millisecond in all of the objectives. But I want to make sure that's still the case, because I was changing a lot of things in the scheduler. It's possible there are some extra maybe work that broke it. But I think it's going to fail. Yeah. Because the JSON is not properly formatted anymore.
HTML is hypertext markdown language. I mean that kind of markdown, not MD files.
Yeah. It would be kind of fun if PHP was could work with Markdown. Yeah, in Markdown you can have forms. You could also mix this with PHP to make writing easy. That would be a fun language. The thing is that the format that Automat uses has changed. Yeah, Automat is going to fail now. I will close this so that I can see how the new format works. Okay, I will be right back.
Catch him, Tony.
one thing that changed are the names here. That should work still. Name type, timestamps. Maybe some objects change the names, not sure. Okay, closed. Okay, so we are in a thread called Automat loop. So this is the Automat worker thread. Okay, I guess I see. So what is happening is I think Automat starts executing before the window is displayed, and I think this could be causing the problems. Macro recorder on run. Also window begin logging. Line 22. Oh, this is probably uninitialized. Let's see, where is window initialized? Yep. Okay, now this is strange. This is where we are loading things. Oh. Okay, so I guess this mouse treated differently. Please do get mouse. Okay, so this is the Automat's benchmark. It runs for some time, and when it ends, it should press Ctrl Q or something like that. Didn't press Ctrl Q, unfortunately. Okay, it did. Okay, so it should work. Let me write run event bench. So now I cannot do anything. What is the problem? Okay, I need to build Automat in here. Actually, not sure. This should work. Painting start Automat. -11 is segmentation fault, I think. I can run it. It works. So this is Automat's self-benchmarking setup. And send Ctrl Q. Oh. Now it's sent. This is good. Those are lots of bugs, I guess. Let's do this. I think when timeline is started, probably not scheduling itself properly. I'm not sure. Okay, when I start this test from scratch, it crashes. Oh, now it works. When I press Ctrl Q manually, it does send Ctrl Q. There's one more thing that's not happening here, but it should. In here, we have this timeline, which is pressing space constantly, supposedly. And it's a perfect 10-second loop, which presses space every half a second. Every second, I mean, or half a second. And there is this... Okay, this timeline has like two timelines attached. This macro recorder has two timelines attached. Find the macro recorder. Okay. Okay. And just want to see the backtrace. Executing the worker thread. This is probably just a new thread which is started. We are executing macro recorder on run. Okay. If is marked as recording, it's going to schedule itself here. We are inside this find or create timeline. Yeah. I think I know what's the issue. So we are starting worker threads here. So they immediately will execute. So when macro recorder is deserializing itself, even before the deserialization finishes, the worker threads are already picking up the work and they are doing stuff. This is an interesting problem that I could fix by just moving this down after load. Yeah, now it seems to work. Almost. The Ctrl Q didn't work. So I see that this timeline, it's probably activated by timer. But this one is not. Okay, this control Q, why this is not being triggered? This timeline is in a very weird state because it finishes, but it still thinks it's playing. I will try to reduce this test case. Of macro recorder, timeline, delay, this timeline. Case I don't need. 5, 6, 7, those I need. The issue should still happen. So now I should have just a single timeline which starts playing, but yeah, and it ends in this weird playing state still. Cool. So there is issue, I guess, in timeline deserialization. Move them up, probably. Playing, yes. is this doing? So I've got some logging here. This to work, we need a tracks array. We do have tracks array. Looks like we're using this correctly. Okay, this is concerning. It didn't even print that it's scheduling a new update. Ah. So we didn't even got here. So this is called and then we are going here. Oh, here. This here is probably not set. That was an interesting bug. And now it should work. I should get rid of those locations. It's an artifact of ancient times. So now Automat should close itself in a couple of seconds. It should press Ctrl Q. What's up? Why didn't you press Ctrl Q? Another attempt. We'll just try running the benchmark. Sweet. Get rid of the logs. And there is some issue with the stream, I'm afraid. So you wonder what's going on. My computer doing something crazy on the network? It is. Only a little. Okay, streaming should be fine again. There are some temporary issues. No idea why. Okay, event bench. Why did it fail? Boring stuff. Okay, we get Automat failed with return code something something. So the test is only going to work if Automat shutdowns properly. Which I guess means we should fix the shutdown procedure.
TP Chica says,
Already took me here.
Hey, I see you on YouTube now. You can enjoy the birds for a change. Algorithm has its ups and downs. Yesterday I looked at long-term stats or how many people arrive at live streams, and there was some very weirdly active period a year ago in February. I have no idea what was happening there. But there were like routinely hundreds of people on apparently watching the streams. I have no idea what that was.
Raspbread Valone 337 says,
Bots?
I don't think so. I have a theory that there was possibly some conference back then, and I was doing some commentary. I don't usually do commentary, I usually work on Automat. But I think algorithm likes commentary more than development streams. The algorithm, when I say the algorithm, I mean the audience, the YouTube audience. So, like 3 bug fixes right now here. There is a bug fix here which fixes the mouse null pointer reference. There is a bug fix here which fixes the here pointer which was missing. And there is a bug fix here which moves the worker thread startup after loading. There is more bugs, still more. They do not end.
CP Chica says,
Okay, I'm back at my usual residing place.
Raspbread Valone 337 says,
Hi from the IT CP Chica Point Drive. Poor TT's having strokes.
Yeah, I will update this TTS one day. The tortoise TTS. It went through some updates, I guess. Or not. Last update here ago. Anyway, it's still good. It's still good. I hear there were some new models by NVIDIA that have better emotion control. I'm not sure if we want this. Okay, I want to try something I never tried before. I want to try debugging in Z.
TP Chica says,
Is there Bluetooth honeypot software that I put on Raspberry Pi to just catch ID trying to connect to my TV?
You know, you can create a Bluetooth profile, which will actually show up as a TV. It will be named TV, but it will function as a keyboard. And so whenever anybody connects to this, you basically can type stuff on their device. This is like Bluetooth. It's a Bluetooth honeypot, essentially, I can say. Let's see how do we configure debuggers in this thing. Yeah, I guess like that.
Raspbread Verlin 1337 says,
Like that cups bugs that use remote init shell scripts.
PP Chica says,
ID connects to my TV. Me opens browser. Puts volume on max and plays movies from Hubby. Pass out.
Okay. Let's do it here. Okay. Debugging should work now. Maybe I need to install the extension for it. Maybe not.
I swear him good guy. I met a girl while I was teenager, but this modern society wants me to become Anakin Skywalker too.
This is very strange. They ask me to pass commands, arguments, specifically, but apparently I still need to quote them. Another attempt. Yeah, I do need to quote them. What's the point of having argument list with separate arguments if you don't quote them?
Raspbread Verlone 37 says,
CP Chica. I also ignore high grounds, often aware.
I look at those words and I'm not sure what they mean. Okay, it is downloading some debugger. Maybe it will work. Okay, Automat is running and it should close itself now. Yeah, and we get stack trace. Whoa! Debugger is working. Debugger in Z. We have a stack trace. Whoa! What thread are we on? We are on the main thread.
Maffle, wait, you haven't watched the prequels.
Oh, yeah, yeah. This is the high grounds meme, yeah. I watched and I liked them. Especially the first one. I mean, the first episode. Okay, so we are getting errors here. This is after we saved state. Clearing the locations.
TP Chica says,
Most oxymoronic thing about Anakin. He exposes Palpatine, then Jedi Knight come to arrest him, and then he sides with Palpatine.
Yeah, I mean, there are some plot holes. This whole healing thing is like... For some reason, the Palpatine was suggesting that he can help Padme, but the healing ability, you get it in you if you are in the like light force side of things. There are those kind of side specific abilities, and healing I think is for the light, lightning is for the dark. At least that's how it worked in games. Yeah, the good guys couldn't heal her, and then the bad guy promised he will.
Imagine being so bad that your own bloodline ends you.
Raspred Valona 337 says,
Dark force is like blood magic in Throwery.
I always wanted to play some tabletop RPG in Star Wars. I actually did, like twice, but it was always at some fantasy convention and it was a little bit rushed. I think there is a lot of lore in that universe. Okay, so what is happening here? We are deleting a location that probably contains macro recorder. So one of the connections that the macro recorder has is severed. So we will try to find the timeline before this connection goes away. Actually, this timeline should be just C.2.
DP Chica says,
In Ogi, there are Lego Star Wars. You could play game of chess between Darth Vader and Luke as side quest.
Nice. It's a little bit like in Lord of the Rings, where the characters, for instance, instead of fighting for their life, they would engage in a battle of riddles. That was nice. It kind of showed that the bad guys still had some kind of decorum, you know, even though they are evil. I think this should help. So now when we delete this, it should work. So, stop. I don't know, how do I stop this? I guess like that. Shift F5. If I do rerun, will it rebuild it? Let's see. It will. Okay, this means it's rebuilding it.
And if Anakin wins, Padme becomes Dark Side Queen, starting the Skywalker monarchy. And if Luke wins, you travel back in time and stop whole Palpatine nonsense.
That sounds like a nice story. Okay. So another attempt. Okay, yeah. This one fails. I should be able to click X. Okay, this still fails. How?
I think it's based off one of early days spin-offs of Star Wars.
Credits to them. Lego games are definitely exceeding my expectations when it comes to being decent.
Rathbred Velman 1337 says,
Yeah, Lego games are based.
On many levels, like the humor, they look like they are made for children, but some of the jokes, they are... Yeah, it's like a good... It has the same vibe as good animated movies, like the stuff that Pixar makes, like Shrek, for instance. Okay, that thing that I just fixed, it seems like it's working, because we are crashing on the next line now. Root widget reset. And this is C++ boilerplate. This is a distractor. Deleting the widget store, okay. It has a map of weak pointers, unique pointers, okay, which has to be deleted. Boilerplate, 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 boilerplate. So much boilerplate. Is there a filter here? Yeah, there is. Nice. Nice, this is a nicely designed debugger. I thought of a feature and it just appeared in front of my eyes. So in C++ there is tons of stack frames coming from the C++ standard library, which I'm absolutely not interested in. And having the ability to filter them out is... It was missing from VS Code. Now the stack trace is super simple.
CP Chica says,
Untitled new Jedi Order film in official wiki. Does that mean that Hidden Stables from Episode 9 becomes a Jedi and Rey marries Finn and has kids?
Star Wars is a TV series now. I mean, not TV series. It's like cinema series. It has seasons and everything. Like the original trilogy is season 1. The prequels are season 2. The third trilogy is season 3. And it seems we will have more.
Why whole Skywalker saga sounds like my life lately.
You work in any school? Did they throw you out somehow after you slayed all of the kids? You picked it up there. Yeah, this garbage. This is messing up. Deleting this thingy, which deletes the actual object. And this turns out to be macro recorder again. Okay, and it's calling logging erase. Yeah, there is an issue here.
I'm just waiting for my fiancé to say, fulfill your destiny. Keyboard should be kind of alive still.
somehow keyboard is gone here. Okay, I see. So I think distractors are being called from the end. This is all destroy, 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 destroyed. And then we are calling widget store distractor. And this refers to keyboard object, which was already released. What is a widget? Strange. I think I should call this distractor somehow explicitly.
New hire guy in my company. But Linus said no AI in Linux kernel development. Ah, me. If I don't have to spend 6 hours of my day reading emails, I could spend 42 more hours fixing bugs in Linux kernel.
Crazy how inefficient. Actually, having the ability to read emails is kind of... it's a blessing. Imagine having meetings instead. And that should fix the issue. Rerun it. Where are we failing now? Still root widget reset. Still in deleting macro recorder. Yeah, this keylogging. I need to add some docs to this function.
Raspberry 337 says,
CP Chica, TBH. It's kinda absurd. Using AI to write polite verbose emails in order to have other person use same AI to get the TLDR.
Yeah, it's funny. But if you know that somebody else is doing AI to get summaries, then I guess the wording of your email is not as important, because the reason people use AI is to format stuff, politely. You don't want to, insult somebody accidentally, or communication requires some professionalism, and that takes time, especially at the beginning. And if you know that somebody else is using AI to summarize the emails, you don't need to be as polite anymore, because the AI is going to, and on the other end, is going to, clean up the message, make sure it's reasonable. Forward declarations, put them here.
Imagine if AI used some compressed JSON instead of polite response. Nobody would even notice the difference in this scheme.
Puskas the Greatest says,
I don't eat dirt.
Raspberry 1337 says,
Puskas the greatest. Tut. Put.
This needs a pullback. And this should be implemented like that. Down, blah blah blah. Ooh, I think now it should not crash anymore. I mean, it may still crash here, but not here anymore. Okay, stop. Restart. Is keylogger, is macro recorder the only keylogger in the system? I guess it is. Oh, a new crash. We are progressing. We are now crashing in Vulkan resource release. Psst. I think this is the last line, which is going to cause problems. Unfreed dedicated allocations found. Cool. It's kind of nice. This filter excludes the C library, but it includes Skia, because Skia is part of our code base. This context distractor. Vulkan AMD memory allocator. Okay, I guess all of those preloaded images need to be released. I am releasing most stuff here. I think this preload all has to be fixed. Okay, I think the only thing we need to do is to reset this image provider. Restart. If it's not that, oh, then I'm going to debug a lot of stuff. And I have no idea what could be causing. Hopefully the issue should be gone now. Oh, I'm already doing this. Okay. Not good. Anything, where do I allocate memory? widget, machine, root location, prototypes, all of this is a reset. Reset. Resources release. Renderer shutdown. Maybe some shaders? Maybe shaders. I don't see any line that would really release the shaders. Maybe I should use the... I don't know. Some Vulkan validation layers would help, maybe. I think the last one was... Oh. There is another way to debug this, and it's to... is to just disable stuff in Automat. and see when the error appears. This is going to be a clean Automat execution with nothing on the canvas. No objects. So if the objects in the Automat's kind of canvas cause problems, they should go away. Yeah, this is what I want. We are still crashing. Some unfreed allocations, that's fine, that's fine. So, stop this. Prototypes and delete all of them. Maybe I will keep one. Flip-flop. Yeah, just one object in Automat right now. And we still have this bug. Okay. We moved almost all of the objects from Automat's build, so there should be no macro recorder here. And there is. Nobody's using it. Okay. There's still this issue. Disable more and more Automat's code. The issue still happens, okay. Automat is lobotomized right now. I can also disable the render thread. Okay, but the issue went away. So the issue happens in the render thread. Yeah, this is post main. This crash happens after the main function exits. Oh, nice. Let's bring back this render threads. Let's see if we can disable stuff within render thread to fix this. Render thread does it repeatedly calls Vulkan paint. We got the old issue again. Try again. Okay. And the crash happens after the main function finishes. Actually, there is this swap chain distractor. Shouldn't this be called here? Maybe this semaphore is causing problem. Maybe we just need to clear those semaphores. Destroy buffers. Canvas is clear. It's going to destroy. Nicely. Let's rerun. It seems like this semaphore could have been the root cause. That's a new thing. Okay. This is destroying graphite context. What is it? They are here. Graphite context, background context. So this is the reset for graphite context, and I guess background is not being reset. Yeah. Try again. Yeah, this is bug after bug. Those are resources that we forgot to free. I really don't care so much for resources that we leave after the program shuts down. For some reason, Vulkan decides to make this a big deal. Releasing Vulkan, like the stuff that's on the GPU. Some reason it's important. Even though GPU already has to have a logic to do this, because if you have an app that crashes, that's going to leave allocated resources on the GPU, so operating system must be able to release them. Already, I shouldn't really have to release anything here. OS should do it for me. Okay, should see a black window. Or not, whatever. Nothing. Maybe it's connecting to the debug. I don't know. Clicking X doesn't do anything. Clicking Q doesn't do anything. Let's try again. Process exited with code 0. That's a success. And something is working. So let's slowly bring everything back. So preload all. Let's start with that. I'm going to use the release build now because it's faster and I just want exit code 0. Okay, clean exit. Let's bring back the rendering. So now it should show like permanent loading animation. Okay, this is our permanent loading animation. And it exits cleanly. Now in prototypes, I will bring back the extra dependencies so that they will be pulled in now, but not actually included in Automat yet. Okay. Still closes cleanly. So I will do this loading completed. Yeah, it turns out when I was optimizing Vulkan to render stuff faster, I forgot to just delete some objects. Seems to be better now. Clean exit. Let's bring back those prototypes. Sweet. And that was not a clean exit anymore. Let's try this in a debugger. But that's nice. This is actually something we can bisect easily. We'll see which object is causing the issue, and then probably some image shader or something like that within the object causing the problem. Okay, this is our issue. We bring back the flip-flop only state. And the issue happens when now it's clean. The issue happens when we actually create a widget for some object. So this tells me that this is an issue with a lazy resource. All of the resources which are allocated on the global scope are there. Only lazy resources could be causing problems. So I uncommented a bunch of objects and I will see if any of them is causing the problem. Basically bisecting the problem. Okay. The problem happened already. Let's try just macro recorder. Yeah, there is an issue here. Get rid of macro recorder but add timer delay. Yeah, that's a clean shutdown. Macro recorder causes some problems. Some of those. Still crashing. could be this persistent image. Maybe I just need to release all of those preloaded persistent images. So when I construct them, the only constructor, I think, they cannot be moved. That's nice. Paint can be reset. I have no idea. Yeah, am I cleaning everything? Image, shader, paint, matrix, and rect. Irrelevant. Oh, I do keep them. Get textures, push back.
Theffabook says,
Hey everyone.
Hey, Knight. So this line guarantees that if we call this from multiple threads, it's going to be allocated only once, but we don't need this property actually. So in Automat, before we finish this resources release, something slightly different. If the error goes away, I will be super happy. Otherwise, I waste half an hour. Okay, the issue is still here. I know that if I get rid of this prototype, it's going to run fine. So now I have a single object, I can delete this, Automat closes properly. When I bring macro recorder back, the issue appears. Post with an error. Maybe this record button. No, I'm clearing all prototypes. Am I not releasing all of them, maybe? Two of them are created, one for prototypes array and one is the clone in the toolbar. They are both deleted. Okay, now it worked fine. Is there a race somewhere? Hey, there is a race somewhere. Oh. Be right back. The way to fix those issues, the right way to fix those issues, is to use something like Valgrind. I mean, it's a Vulkan allocation issue, so Valgrind wouldn't work, but something like Valgrind that just logs for each allocation, like the stack trace, where it was allocated, and then at the end, when we're closing, we can see stack traces which haven't been properly deallocated. Unfreed allocations found. Maybe this M allocations list could help us. Blah, blah, blah. Apparently there is five of them. Okay, show me more. And there are addresses here. Size. This is very large. This is massive. Check Skia for the sources for this. Let me take a look at our renderer. When I go to render frame, those widget drawables, which are kind of I am maintaining. Maybe this is what I need to clean up. So renderer shutdown. Take care of this. They will be released properly. This recorded queue has to be cleaned. In this order. And this recorded queue contains just pointers to drawables. No resource is actually being sent through here. Yeah, maybe this join was necessary. Maybe. No. No, that was not necessary. It's crashing fairly consistently now. We bring back some other objects. And the exit is clean. Again, clean exit. Clean exit again. The moment I add macro record, okay, now it cannot restart. And clean exit. Bring back the worker threads. But the moment I add macro recorder into the mix, things go crazy. And what happens if I add mouse? Mouse is another object that uses images. It's also using the Krita clean. And now it failed. And now it's clean. Huh. It must mean this inconsistency, that there is some concurrency issue. And it's flaky. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Okay. Yeah, it was a deserialization issue, I think. I should have a better error message here. Move mouse, and this again. I have a feeling that maybe something the way I allocate shaders is wrong. Okay, so the issue still happens now. Yeah, by just flipping this on and off, I am going to eventually find it. It's going to take some time because the round trip is fairly long. I need to use the debug build because only this one has assertions. Look at that. It's complaining. I need to use the debug build for everything, because only this one will catch those issues. It hurts. So slow. Okay. It's running. I stop it. It stops cleanly. So render thread is having issues. Another theory. Maybe this draw. Link problems. I'm using this fancy background paint here. Let's try disabling it like that. it was clean. Let's enter a render frame and let's see what's wrong here. Okay, here we have this fairly complex frame packing. I'll get rid of this. Yeah, I think there needs to be at least one widget in the packed frame. I want to make sure that those widget drawables are released. Let's do this. I'm not sure if this will fix anything. Yeah, this is why I should be fixing those shutdown issues on a continuous basis. When I add those bugs and then fix them months later, it takes a whole day to figure out what's going on. We are using 100% of the CPU somehow. Maybe I will add this flip-flop so that we have at least one object. Oh yeah, this VK present is causing the problem. I'm afraid all distractors have executed properly. Okay, let me switch back to this. Now this should work and shut down cleanly. Yeah. It's very weird. So many of those widget drawables. Shouldn't they be allocated in render frame? Oh, right. Yeah, I guess this is fine. How do I get 22 drawables? So strange. Anyway, current version fails. That's nice. I guess I can put return here and not draw any child widgets. It's still not clean. Yeah, I'm just bringing back various things to see which things work. State loading should work as long as the state is gone. This macro recorder stuff. Seems like macro recorder is not the culprit. Was the culprit here and here? Not anymore. How could there be 22 widget drawables? That's impossible. Every widget comes with a drawable. Now there is just 8 of them. Still a lot. So what widgets do we have? I guess mouse is a widget, keyboard is a widget, it's a root widget, root machine. Maybe it's locations or something. Okay. Maybe that still makes sense. So now it doesn't have the issue, but when I switch to the actual rendering, Q should appear. I've just reduced the number of widgets in on the stage. Yeah, there is 7 of them, and when the mouse enters, appears. But the deallocation of drawables seems to work fine. What doesn't work is this. There is some external resource being allocated somewhere. Let's wonder where. I think maybe here. Maybe I can just return here. Yeah. Unfreed dedicated allocations found. Enable this debugging. Okay, when we are cleaning up the renderer, this renderer init, this renderer shutdown, I guess maybe we can do this. Yeah, this is what I thought. I need to override this class. I need to implement all of those empty methods. no idea what this means, but I will implement this method. I don't know what this is. We definitely want to return here. True. That is good. Okay, let's see if this works. So now when I shut down, after I released most of the objects, I should be able to still see what's being allocated there. Okay, this is a lot of resources. Okay, maybe I don't care about those memoryless objects. actually disable this debugging here. Okay, interesting. Static index buffer, static vertex buffer. It's actually quite nice. I will do the same for background context. Now I will run this under debugger and see if any of those resources which are printed to console, if any of them match the stuff that's in the VMA allocator list. Read this 1152 object 944, and they are representing both contexts. Transfer for static buffer also presenting both. Okay, there is only one object in the allocation list now. So what is this? Size is very large. It's more than 2 megabytes. Let me try here. of the child objects is being drawn. It's thinking hard. That's good, that's good. Okay, so this is an image. It's larger than the screen area. Maybe this is including meme maps. Maybe the issue is caused by this on-draw. Try returning from here. Yeah, there is some static auto effect allocated. There is some compile shader. Maybe it's that. Nope. Currently YouTube seems to be down, so YouTube chat may be broken. FYI. So within the object we have two frames always, and B. Maybe I'm not calling this delete backend texture. Let's see. Oh, there is frame A and frame B, obviously. I need to fix both. But the exit was clean. Seems like this could be it. Yeah, I guess that's it. It makes sense. I'm allocating and those frames are never really cleaned. Okay, if this works, I can start slowly bringing back everything. Yeah, clean exit. In exit. Find the place I changed. Line by line, slowly, not to scare it. Okay, it's on draw. Still clean. Yeah, that was it. That was it. Yeah, like I said, it takes time, but it's always possible to find the culprit. Just requires patience. Widget clean. I guess prototypes now. See if bringing in the prototypes, is this a problem? Okay, so shutdown process. Just a couple of minutes and shutdown process should be finished. I mean, should be working. Automat should be exiting with return code 0 and no memory leaks. Cool. And this is the risky part. If there are problems here, I'm not sure if I want to fix them now. I just brought back all of the objects. If any of the objects allocates some memory and forgets to release it, it's going to cause issues. I don't see the toolbar. Yeah, this changing prototypes. Why does it tell me? Oh, it wasn't saved. Okay, now we are getting issues again. Let's get rid of those objects and let's see if just flip-flop causes it. I said I will not debug this, but I think I should. It's good to close this issue. Exit was clean. Now macro recorder. Oh, macro recorder. Are you going to cause issues? Yes, it is. Now macro recorder is invisible and it's no longer causing problems. Okay. So let's see if the eyes. This is going to cause very interesting visual results. We'll draw eyes without the rest of macro recorder. I don't expect any problems to come from this. There are no custom shaders, no custom images. There it is. This is our tricky macro recorder. You know why it crashed? Very interesting. So drawing the ice causes the problem. Is this SVG maybe problematic? Okay, no, this is totally random. Oh yeah. I need to get rid of the state object. Oh, there is also a possibility that location is a draw method that may draw funny stuff. Yeah. Okay, this was clean. I'm bringing back macro recorder. Should not draw anything now. Clean. Okay. I will just start the debug build a couple of times because I want to see if it's actually... Oh, this is random. Sometimes it fails. I think if I close it very quickly, causes a failure. I give it some time. Then it exits cleanly. Does it also work if I remove the macro recorder? I really thought I just fixed it by releasing the frames. in exit. So strange. Another clean exit. No, not anymore. Okay. For any wrapped object, wrapped objects should be the ones we can forget to. The wrapped objects are the ones which we are responsible for management. Yeah, there is none. Where do I call create backend texture? I'm not doing this a lot. So those rendered frames, rendered frames for each widget. That was one place where I had backend textures. There is one more. Let's give it a rendering state. I don't see any line which would release those backend textures. Doesn't really have to be moved. Backend texture, I think, is very lightweight. Okay, let me add a destructor here. Okay, so I am asking the operating system to give me the window textures, a couple of them, so that we can do double buffering. And then I am wrapping them here. If that's not possible, then I enter this path. not consistent with the issues that I'm seeing. Yeah, of course. I haven't really changed anything, because this code path is not even active on Linux. I'm pretty sure that one place which I fixed should have been fixed. It's good I've done that. The one in widget drawable frames. Let's wonder where would I have more of those problems. Now it has exited cleanly. I will run it 3 times. If 3 times works, then I will try uncommenting this return here. somewhere here. In exit. Last attempt. Another clean exit. I think Z has my favorite debugger. It's not squeezed on the left side of the screen, uses the full width. You get access to a tiny terminal, console, and stack trace. Very nice stack trace, by the way. Much nicer than in VS Code. Okay, and we have our same old issue. But this actually happens. It happens in VK destroy, and we are releasing the graphite context. Check this allocation list. There are 3 locations. Ah. Okay, so this is a texture. It's not mapped, and like everything is the same as before. Size is greater. Maybe this is the problem. No. Maybe I can check the other locations. Maybe their size will tell me something. Check the next. Next one is 1024. Very strange size for an image. Symbol location type 3. Apparently 2, according to Gemini. Blah blah. Another image. And the last one is 8,000 something something. And the next says none. I think the only way to allocate a texture in Skia is to use this backend texture. And this is something that we are not really touching. I think this code path is only active on off-screen rendering. It's not happening for us. I'm not sure if I should believe Gemini that it's an image. Maybe it's not an image. Maybe this my dump will help me. I will move it into VKCC. And I'm only interested in the graphite context, because this is the one that's throwing the error. size is different. Now it's slightly more than 1 megabyte. I scroll through those objects. I see a couple which are close, but not quite. This is static index buff, def stencil attachment. Another def stencil attachment. Transfer for static buffer. Another def. I think those def stencil attachments, they are used for rendering shapes. They are not really causing a problem for us. Plenty of them. I don't see any which would have exactly this size. And there is just one allocation here. It does have this structure. Oh. Maybe I need to do this. Primed on. Let's try again. Submit and wait on any outstanding work. Still failing. Again, only one. And it has this huge size. Another attempt. Terminate. Terminate. Now we had a clean exit. And now not so clean. Let's see. Oh, I have this function. This function used for recording commands in a separate thread. I think those threads are started. Everything looks fine here. Those are unique pointers. This queue contains just pointers. All widgets are being deleted. Also takes down their drawables. The fact that images, there is always one very large texture in this allocator. And sometimes a couple extra. Now it was super clean. Now it was not. It's so strange, those memory statistics, they vary each time. Basically, I run it, they are different. Now there were just 2 elements here. And a clean exit. And an upward. I'm not calling VMA directly, I only call it through Skia. The problem has to come from there. Check other objects. Okay, compile. Next. So strange. Again clean. And now not so clean. Huh. It has to be thread related. There is no other option. Only if multiple threads could cause this kind of inconsistency. So sometimes we have like 3 unallocated blocks, sometimes we have just 1. And clean exit. I cannot seem to cause this issue unless I enable macro recorder. It's very, very strange. But in console I managed to cause it once. Again, clean exit. Ah, zigzag V. Maybe this will be a lead. So I can try to shut down Automat while I'm zooming and moving my mouse over the toolbar. Yeah, so those 3 things have to be happening at the same time. Mouse moving over toolbar, zooming in and out, and Automat being shut down. And then it hits segmentation fault. Maybe there is something I forgot there. Actually, I have a better idea. I could run this under msun. Yeah, I didn't hit it. Let's try again. I'm gonna clean exit. I think there is something interesting here. There could be, after this, let's see, after this vulkan paint, there could be some render jobs in the queue. Actually here, I guess I could have Vulkan wait finished. Or maybe I will make this part of renderer shutdown. This is how it should look. Anything to actually cause the crash. Oh, spinning on background job. Interesting. Maybe it was related to this. Let me bring back the macro recorder prototype. This one seems to cause most of these issues. Okay. Maybe I just needed to wait for those background jobs to finish. It seems like it's shutting down cleanly now. There was a segmentation fault that happened a couple of runs ago, but I cannot seem to cause it anymore. This spinning on background job, this is the key, probably. There must have been, probably because macro recorder is slightly slower to render, a background job that was rendering in the background and was probably keeping some resources alive. And those resources, which were kept alive, were probably even not something that I allocated directly. It was probably something that Skia kept for this background task. Much. I will try this a couple more times, and if I hit the error, I will be very sad. Yeah, looks like it's looking nice now. They cannot seem to trigger the crash anymore. Okay, I think that was it. I bring back all of the other prototypes. I need to recompile. Ooh. Now we had to wait for both. Okay, this I can run it like that. And no crash again. Oh. The spinning is not even that bad here. I mean, it doesn't really spin. This... Let's see, what do we have here? We've had this release all of resistant images. Log release. Yeah, there was a bug there. It's a bug here. I'm not sure if there was a bug here, but now I'm deleting this backend text. Actually, there was, I think, a bug here. Anyway, I'm deleting it. That was the most important stuff. I wouldn't have guessed. Yeah, that semaphore had to be released. Think here those lines may actually not be necessary. Let me see. In exit. schedule. And yeah, we'll do one test of the release variant now, see if it runs nice. Actually, now I could run the event bench and see whether the events are delivered fast enough. Because now it closes properly. Let's see if it will work. So this is sending, every second it's sending a space button press for 10 seconds. Then it's stopping Automat. I mean, it should have stopped Automat. And here we get a graph of the resulting of consistency of event delivery. I can close this. Save the result. Because I have a long-term tracking now for this. So we have this event bench log. So this is how jitter was the last time and what it is now. And this is the drift from last time and from now. I think if we want to record it now, we will have to increase the number of significant digits because we are approaching zero essentially. The drift was a big thing, but if you go back, you will see that for every second we've been adding, 100 milliseconds. Sorry, I actually don't know what is the unit here, whether it's seconds or I think it's seconds. Anyway, the drift was massive. Now it's basically non-existent. I could run this a couple of times to record more values. Ooh. Yes, let's record. And one more benchmark. And the drift, it's probably... I zoom in? Able to zoom in. Probably overestimated. It was 1 millisecond. If I zoom in here and see, it was basically it didn't increase that much. Right? This is what I mean. Yeah, let's record it. So those are our new results. This graceful shutdown and cool. Okay, I guess that was the title for the previous stream, the graceful Vulcan shutdown, but it turns out, yeah, we've done it today, and it was such a pain. It was such a pain. Ugh. I don't want to go through this again. From now on, every time I change something in Vulkan infrastructure, I make sure that shutdown still works, that we are releasing all resources. Okay, so for the next stream, this green, this works. For the next stream, we'll probably take a look at those other issues. It may seem like we are constantly bug fixing, but this is good. This is perfect. We want to have a very high quality, never crashing Automat when it's released the early next year. Alright. See you on Wednesday. Bye bye.